What's up, guys? How y'all doing out there? Back for a paint stream. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. It is Pride Month this month, so I hope everybody is getting out there and supporting their good friends and hanging out and doing all that jazz. That's what's up. That is what's up, my friend. But yeah, hope everybody's doing good out there, man. I haven't streamed in a while, so just wanted to come back and say hello to everyone and work on some stuff I've been trying to get done for a while now, which has been, as you see, plaguing my paint table. But I got some new paints. I got some of these whatchamacallits. I want to try out these paints with my my Slaanesh warband. So these are the Duncan Rhodes line paints. I got Glistening Gums, Runic, Purple, and Sorcerer's Cloak, which is like, you know, most of the hues for Slaanesh are going to be purple and pink. It's kind of how I did it with my last warband that I had. And then I have Dreadful Visage and Magos Purple, which would be like fast contrast paints if I'm trying to paint some of that contrast skin. I might try to do the skin contrast, but I haven't really decided if that's the direction I want to go yet. But I was just trying to get a wealth of different purples so I can get those cranked out pretty quickly. But yeah, I think I airbrushed my last army that I had. I airbrushed my Slaanesh Demonettes, and I think I had those like, those are airbrushed first, and then I think I did the Chariots and then the Keeper of Secrets, which was, it was a really fun project. I just ended up selling that army because I needed the cash at the moment, but I'm slowly starting to rebuild that army back up to what it used to be. So it's been kind of a fun little project I've been kind of building back up, like slowly over time. But yeah, I've been really checking out like Mortarheim stuff, which is actually kind of something I never played, but I've been interested in getting into it. I've been talking to some of my friends about it and trying to see if they would be interested in doing. You know, Mortarheim is kind of like a old school fantasy setting. Like, it's still got a pretty good following, but it's mainly kind of like old school Warhammer vibe feel. Kind of a different game compared to Warhammer, but they have a ogres faction. I didn't know that, and I have a whole ogres line, so that would be nice to try that out. But the terrain and the cityscapes, kind of like the buildings that they have, are pretty much like what I like about the setting of the game. I think it's really cool looking. It seems to be a lot of 3D printing creators that they kind of sculpt a lot of the older models that you can't find anymore. Because I'm assuming a lot of the Mortarheim stuff was metal, plastic, or metal, and then it went to probably resin before plastic. But yeah, I'm sure that stuff is way more difficult to find nowadays, and you probably have to like kit bash a bunch of stuff to make it work, which is completely understandable. But yeah, Mortarheim is a lot of fun. I think that it would be cool to check that out. Just to see like what, how cool it would be of a game. I think the rule set is still being updated to this day, which is kind of crazy that the fans are not letting that game die. So that would be cool to see people start to bring that back to tabletop and start working on. I mean, there's a whole community for it, but I mean, to where it's kind of popular in the sense of like being in stores. I think it'd be cool if they brought it back to hobby stores and you can see people playing matches in there. Of course, it would probably take somebody to build a whole cityscape before they could have something like that. So, but yeah, this channel right here is someone I follow. It's Devs and Dice. But yeah, it looks like he's 3D printing his warband first, which I'm not sure the creators he went with, but he's using the same resin I use, which that's the same stuff I like. I do use some of the other stuff too. The cheaper Sunlu resin. It's pretty good quality though. I like it. Of course, even like this stuff I'm painting here is Beast of Chaos, and it's 3D printed by Clay Beast Creation. I do have some of the GW sculpts, but I'm not really too fond of some of the older stuff that they got. I think that these sculpts are a little bit more up my alley as far as like far as sculpts go. I really like these a lot better, but it's a lot of the feel of Beast of Chaos, like in the older models, does look really cool and retro. I just, outside of what they're selling now in the stores, some of the models around my area were kind of hard to find unless you were getting them from offline or eBay or something like that. Kind of want to go back and like reprime some of these dudes, because some of the areas that I'm painting, I definitely missed a couple spots on like the armor and stuff, or like their armpits. Like sometimes you can't get underneath the model. Yeah, I've been using this stuff, this Dark Oath Flesh for like pretty much the entire army's like base coat skin tone, but I'm starting to transition over into like the dark side of their backs are gonna be kind of a different color. So it's kind of like a, you have to mix Black Templar with another brown paint. I'm gonna have to look at the mixture and let you know what it is. But you can also use what is this one over here? I think it's kind of a different shade, but it's way darker. It's gonna be you can use Wildwood. Wildwood or this other one that I'm trying to think of. Black Templar. You know, it's just kind of got to be like a dark color that's like can contrast the brown. But all it takes is just a little bit of that, and you kind of mix it with some water, and the water will kind of tone down the darkness of the skin, and it kind of leaves you like with a good shade of just dark skin on the back side of the model. But I start with that because I kind of want them multi skin colored, and then kind of work up from there. But yeah, I'm totally stealing this recipe from another painter who did this same like similar paint scheme, and I really liked it a lot because most of the time you see Beasts of Chaos even have blue skin sometimes too, just because it's chaos. But I didn't want to go that route. I usually like definitely the goat colors, if I'm gonna be completely honest. I think the neutral brown looks really good. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. How y'all doing? So yeah, I really kind of want to reprime. I really kind of want to reprime some of these minis that I just printed, because some of them have terrible. I missed like a bunch of spots on some of the hands, some of the feet, and then the underside of their of like their stomachs and everything. It's kind of hard to hit with the spray can, but I got some new spray paint that I'm gonna use that should work nicely. I guess I'll paint his legs the same color. I was kind of doing like a different type of scheme with the legs, like on some of these other ones I painted, but the legs like aren't dark enough. So I'm probably gonna go back and like touch up some of the other ones I painted and just make their legs kind of like similar to the back side of their backs whenever I paint the wildwood. But yeah, I usually like to go back and paint like Katie and flesh tone or something like that over this contrast because it's basically just like a base coat. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the stream. How y'all doing? So it is Pride Month. I hope everybody is celebrating with their friends and hanging out. You know what I'm saying? Definitely good to like it's like pretty much diversity and inclusion month too as well. I think like they have a lot of that going on. But I could be wrong. I could be definitely wrong. I know my job celebrates a lot of that stuff definitely during this time of year too. So shout out to everybody that is basically celebrating or have something going on with celebrating. What's up, Beer Thralls? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Just painting Beasts of Chaos. Working on these gores, man. These 3D printed gores for my warband. And watching this Mordheim, a little bit of Mordheim stuff. I've been really interested in looking at the rule set for Mordheim. Just looks like a fun game, and it's funny that they have an ogre faction in Mordheim, which is good. I mean, they have pretty much every faction in Mordheim, but because I already have ogres and stuff like that, it seems like a lot of people playing that game are doing kit bashing. The rules are still really strong because the community's backing the game pretty well. So I think it'd be fun to play or just at least try out. But I don't know the first thing about it. I did download some of the rule books for it like some time ago, but I'd have to find like those PDFs that I had because it's constantly being updated, I know, which is good. You said I have chicken, steak, and salmon in the smoker playing Minecraft while it smokes and watching you paint. Oh, nice. That sounds really good. I mean, honestly, the weather now with summertime going on has been super nice. It seems like a lot more people are out barbecuing because this winter has been kind of like holding people up. So, shout out to good cooked food. Seen a nice water park they just opened up close in our area that looks really nice. Be a nice little venture to take the kids. Let me see here. This is not. So nobody cares about underneath the garments. Things don't get painted that are not seen. Nobody cares. Psych, we'll paint it. May not be what you're looking for, but we'll paint it. Sometimes this contrast is like good. Sometimes you have to put 2 coats on it. But it has like a lot of potential if you cover it good the first time, and that's kind of how contrast works. You do it good the first time, you don't have to reapply. Most of the time, it's either really good or really bad. Guess it just depends on which one you're using. And some of the contrasts are kind of watered down, it seems like. Said, but you know that they're there. That's the important part. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I usually will paint everything 100% and then go back and just correct mistakes. That's usually how it works. But, you know, sometimes it just depends on what you're doing. What's up, y'all? On the YouTube side, I see y'all pouring in. How y'all doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope everybody's having a good Pride Month. Good weekend so far. Everybody's chilling. You know, chilling and killing. Looking at. I seen in my local shop they're having a tournament today or something. Which is pretty interesting. I need to start looking at their calendar to see what events they got going on, but they're having a straight up tournament today with I think it's 40K. I could be. I mean, they have these tournaments same like day of the week, like every month, and I like miss out on them sometimes. But it's nice to see everybody getting out there and playing and staying live with the community. That's good. I really wanted to do another Age of Sigmar tournament with my Night Hunt, but I'd have to get signed up and also get in tune with the rules and stuff, because I haven't looked at any of the 4th edition stuff that's coming out. But yeah, that'll be here before we know it, and most of this 4th edition stuff looks pretty, for the most part, looks pretty good. There's a couple people whining about it, but overall it looks pretty good in my opinion. They just kind of toned down some of the rules and some of the they toned down some of the people's like abilities and things like that. Kind of streamlined some stuff. They took things that used to be spells and turned them into shooting attacks, or just things with distance. I mean, spells and shooting is almost the same thing. So if you transition it over into, you know, something different that's kind of similar, it's almost the same thing. I mean, the only problem is that if something's now a shooting attack, you're not casting it at the beginning in your hero phase. So that could be game altering, I guess, when you look at it. But some people were griping about Lady Olander's spell turning into a distance ranged attack instead of being a hero phase casting spell. So I can see where that can kind of grind some gears. But overall, the game looks like they balanced it out, you know, as far as like making, you know, toning down a few things that were just kind of overly OP or just getting on people's nerves, you know, and then it kind of makes it easier for the beginners to come in and play, which is always a good thing. You never want to make stuff too hard. Someone whining about a new edition? No. Yeah, they always do, man. They always do. But I mean, I guess, you know, when you look at it, if you're playing something that you've been playing for, you know, you've been playing for years, and all of a sudden now it's changed. It's almost like a, you know, you get used to a rule set, and then now you have to learn a whole new game over, which kind of sucks. But you know, I feel where they coming from. You know, like I understand like that not everybody is gonna want to do something new. Not everybody's gonna want to change their rule set they've been playing in tournaments and have to like readjust their play style. But change is good, you know. Change is good, man. You gotta sometimes you gotta change things up, and you know, because everybody's faction is changing, that also can open the door for new strategies and things like that. Because if you're playing the same thing over and over, I just think it gets boring sometimes too. So that's why a lot of people might switch a faction, because they get tired of playing the same rule that obviously is not helping their list out, or whatever the case may be. But I totally get both sides of it. Yeah, I kind of want to 3D print a couple more of these guys. I think I need like maybe like, let's say, for the list that I have, I mean, I'm gonna need like 20 more. Well, no, like 10 more of these maybe. I think I printed 20, or I printed 20 of them, but I need 30 total. You know, just so I can have my battle line troops and stuff. But I always do 30 of battle line anything. I mean, not just 3D printing. That's if I'm buying something too. I'll try to aim for 30, just because that seems like to be like the default number that everybody's going for. And it's also like if you want to play the horde style of a list, you just make sure you have enough bodies, which is always good. But if you're going like more like monster heavy, there's always that, which I have quite a few monsters in my list too, but it's kind of like a good balance of I think I have like a Cygor, and I have whatever that the beast is, that is like the big ass chicken. I got one of him in there just because he's kind of like a disruption character to kind of stop some things from happening. But yeah, I still haven't painted my herdstone. I gotta paint that, which is probably gonna be like a good airbrush project for the day. Probably pick some time out to like get on that sometime next week. But I usually save the big fun models kind of for last, or I'll just paint them while I'm doing my infantry units. Used to play Skaven. 30's a rookie number. Absolutely. I have Skaven. That's actually my next army, Skaven, because they just came out with a bunch of stuff. But I have a whole 3D printed Skaven army, and I have some of the real models too. I made my plague furnace out of a big ass airplane. My plague furnace is a flying unit, which is really awesome, and I completely kit bashed it. But yeah, I have, with my night haunt stuff, I have 100 chain rasp. So, you know, like when it comes to infantry units and playing hordes and all that, like trust me, I've had my fair share of painting way too much of stuff that I obviously don't need anymore. Because back in the day, you could field 100 chain rasp and play a defensive list that was like really annoying to chew through. And I did it one time where I played a big list of chain rasp. That was a lot of fun. It was a pain in the ass for my opponent though. I'll tell you that. But I feel like horde list. You should have the ability to play horde list, just not nothing that's too. It's gonna take too long and be too atrocious because those games last a very long time, and they are very annoying to play. And I'm guessing GW kind of wants to stay away from that because then you have that guy that shows up to the shop, and he's just got a list of oppression. But yeah, it's just not. It's not fun. It's not fun for new beginners, I'm sure. And but there's always ways to deal with it too. Shooting, movement tactics. There's all kind of stuff you can deal with. But screens have become kind of dumbed down in the sense that they're only just meant to be screens now. It seems like. But yeah, you used to be able to power up like a big ass unit of like I don't know how many. You power up a big unit of 20 or 30, and they would just be like absolutely annoying to get around. I mean, you still have small amounts of infantry units like Mortec Guard. They're very hard to remove. But yeah, played in the right hands, they can be very devastating. Like you can get them down to like a couple troops that you can't pick up because they're just so hard to kind of navigate. Let's see here. I'm missing. Have not done the hands yet. Going back and repainting these are always a trip because flags and banners kind of get in the way. But yeah, I really like the new Giselles. The new Skaven Giselles are really nice. I 3D printed a bunch of them like some time ago, but I wasn't trying to play Squire. I wasn't trying to play like a shooting list per se, but I think I was going more towards like Storm Fiends and having like things that can pop up and just shoot you, which are mainly like the cannon stuff, or the big warp cannons, and maybe like Thankwool or something. But once they took that ability away where he can't like ride the little boat, and I was like, oh shit, there goes that whole strategy. And that was a really good way to get him across the field and get into some combats really quickly. But I guess in saying that, GW saw that as like not a way to like nerf it, but people were, I guess, becoming too reliant on just like that style of list instead of being more creative, I guess. But it did take away some of the strategy of like, I feel like how people played their Skaven lists kind of got away with some stuff. But yeah, I think little gimmicks like that in the game are important. I mean, it is stuff that new players aren't going to know, but that's also room for somebody to kind of develop. If there's something you can't overcome in a match, you can always like play against it numerous times, or you can just increase your knowledge of like how it operates, so that way when you do face it, you have a way to kind of deal with it. And that's the fun of the game, is learning how to deal with something difficult that may or may not be easy to get rid of. Shit, because they had, when I was playing Night Hunt, they had the Purple Sun. They had that whole combo going with Reikenor, and that was a really cool thing. I thought that they had going. where you could like cast spells. You would cast the purple sun, and I guess you would push it out into the middle of the board. And if you rolled bad on it, or if you're just too close to it, it would just outright kill something. And that was just kind of devastating. But that would also shift the game in so many ways that it was just fun to do. But GW's like, nah, this purple sun's too crazy. I'm just interested to see what endless spell they're gonna boost up for 4th edition. Like, what are they gonna make kind of annoying to play against? But you know, we'll see, man. I mean, I guess it all just depends, and it just depends on like what they want to do. We've already seen some of the spells and war scrolls for like Kragnos and stuff like that. But yeah, I honestly feel like, you know, I kind of just want to keep building up war bands. That's kind of like my only thing I've just been working on, doing a little bit for each faction here and there. I'm working on some terrain as well, like, or some endless spells for one of my friends, painting some of his stuff, and then I'm working on my own spells too, like a little bit of contrast. I haven't airbrushed I haven't done his mirrors yet, but I am working on his little pendulum thingy, which I have one too. I haven't started painting mine yet, but I'm kind of slowly getting there after doing these Beasts of Chaos models. I'm just working on these slowly. But hey Kayla, how you doing? Said paint all the stuff. I know, man. It's like my whole desk is like I'm working on like 2 spells at the same time, and it's like kind of crazy that I have too much crap to work on right now. It's honestly overwhelming. Sometimes a little overwhelming. That is what's up. I appreciate you coming and stopping by, but yes, thank you. Appreciate that. But yeah, this is what I was working on before. Like, I started painting this first, like my Cygor or whatever, kind of just like a 3D printed one. But you know, I have an Etsy shop where I sell these, and I have a license where I work with the creator that does Clay Beast. So you know, this thing kind of fell off. It broke off, and I'm gonna glue it back on. Where's it at? Oh, but yeah, his little flail is like hammer fell off, so I'm gonna glue that back on. But he can't really stand without his base because this piece kind of, you know, makes him stand balanced. So you can't really. I had to like paint him by hand, but all of this fur that's down here is like green stuff. I did all that because this was kind of a failed print turned into a good project that actually worked itself out, which is kind of funny. So I just, you know, printing big models. This is like one of my first big models that I printed like for like one of my war bands. And I kind of just, all of the horns and stuff are going to be repainted, you know, like I have to kind of like tone the claws down and stuff like that because it's a little yellowish. But this is all like base coated stuff that I just did just to get the colors down first, and then I'm gonna go back and do all the highlights and all that. But yeah, definitely a fun monster to paint. I also have the GW versions of them too, but I haven't built them. I kind of like that sculpt a little better because it's a little crazier. So I was like kind of building just a different warband. But I have a bunch of things that I printed out for different factions, and I kind of swapped them out depending on the style or what I want to play with. So you said good. I saw you and figured I'd hang out. It never ends. It's always more paint. Just a little at a time. Well, that's awesome. Thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was watching some of this Mortarheim stuff and just talking about that earlier when I got on, and just trying to see, like, you know, kind of trying to get back into like Mortarheim stuff and find the rule set that I had before, because I know the community's pretty good and they keep updating some of the stuff. But I have different factions that are played in Mortarheim. I just didn't know which units I could use and whatnot. But kit bashing in the Mortarheim community is really awesome, and I kind of like building stuff from scratch. So I thought it would be cool if I was trying to make some friends with people that actually play that game so we can get it at our local shop, but haven't really found too many people in this area. But yeah, it's always fun, man. It's like it just depends on, you know, like I guess who plays what in your area. Mine's kind of more like 40K Central and a little bit of Age of Sigmar, but it's pretty scattered, man. There's always people playing Malifaux. I think is like the new thing everybody's getting into. But I have a few Malifaux miniatures. I just have not really got into that as of lately. I have like a whole warband that I can play though. And they closed down one of our shops that was very Malifaux heavy. That was over here. I guess they weren't making enough money as their other shop, so they closed it down. But yeah, that's why I tell people all the time, man. Like if you're in the hobby community, definitely go out and support your local shop because they will shut shit down for real. Like if people aren't coming in and paying for paint and you're not playing in the tournaments or doing anything, it's kind of one of those. You know, one of those things where they will see people aren't trying to support the shop or just be present and they just won't play, you know. So yeah, my area does a lot of 40K AMG, and now Malifaux is starting here too. Yeah, Malifaux is getting really popular, man. It's I forgot which faction I play. It's I have the miniatures around here somewhere. It's the one with the T-Rex. I keep forgetting the name. It's I have it. Hold on one second. Man, it's like this one here is what is this? Got this one here. The Jedza core box. So this one, the lore is really bizarre in this game too, though. So I think that's also why people like it a lot. And then the fact that you don't have to paint 50 to 100 guys just to make a list is very appealing to a lot of people. So a lot of these skirmish games are picking up because people just don't have to spend an arm and a leg like Warhammer. But you know, there's always going to be love for Warhammer. I don't care what anyone says. That's where it all started, looking ass. So I feel like I kind of just jump back and forth depending on what's you know, kind of what's fun or what my friends are playing. I mean, hopefully one day my friend will get her table built so we can play, because she has a whole basement scape with places where she can play the board games but also do Warhammer stuff and Malifaux and all that. It'd be cool, but it's just, you know, it just depends on what people are trying to do, man. I mean, your local area and your friends all have different stuff, so I'm assuming it can be different. You know, it just depends on what you're looking for. So yeah, I think a lot of people jump around on what game they play. Yeah, I mean, definitely the 40K scene at my local shop is pretty insane, because I have Oryx right now. I have a little bit of Tyranids. I have a little bit of I'm now starting to print Sisters of Battle. That's my next one. Sisters of Battle is probably my next army that I'll probably boost up. And then what else do I have? I have a little bit of Gene Stiller cults. And there's one faction that I'm not thinking about that I definitely have. I have some Space Marine. I have some Chaos Space Marines. And I have a little bit of Tau. And I think that's it. I think that's all I have as far as 40K factions. There is a lot more I would like to get. But I just feel like I like a lot of the Xenos factions just because it's kind of more my personality. But I do like, think the Imperium chapters are cool. Oh, I got a little bit of Astra Militarum too. I have a few tanks and things that I printed for Astra Militarum. I got like a few Lehman Russes and stuff for like customers that wanted me to print them and they kind of just didn't follow through, so I kept them, which that's always good. I don't ever throw away any 3D printed stuff. I'll either use it for terrain or I'll paint it up and use it for something else. So, and then just the amount of bits you can print, the extras you can print for like your different warbands is always good with 3D printing stuff. But yeah, I'm a little bit of a maniac. I have 7 printers, so I'm always pumping something out. So these guys are I'm just using Dark Oath Flesh right now, and I'm just kind of carving these guys out. They're not going to be anything too intricate, just very, earth tones, and then kind of go back and do their backsides like with a Black Templar mixture and kind of like a Wildwood type of feel for the backside of their skin, because they're kind of multicolored. But I'm kind of experimenting at this point. I've never really painted with this much brown before. I've mainly done a lot of purples and greens and reds and stuff like that. So brown is kind of one of those colors where, if you're building it up like a flesh tone, like I kind of like to start, kind of in the middle or a little dark and kind of work my way lighter. But, I'm sure I'm not a painting expert, so I couldn't tell you the best way to approach it. I just feel like, starting off very subtle with it is kind of the best approach, because it can be very almost like, kind of staining. It seems like it kind of stains very quickly, or can get in spots that make it look darker than you want it to. But with these guys, the cool thing about these Beasts of Chaos is they're all naked. So it's like a lot of my armies that I painted, besides Slaanesh, don't have a lot of skin. So this is like more skin than I've ever worked on. It's kind of just like skin everywhere. Whereas like, I guess some of the GW Beasts of Chaos have a little bit more armor, even though they're naked too. These guys are just straight up out the forest, ready to plunder. But that's why I like this line a little bit better. I mean, Clay Beast kind of did a really good job with making these guys seem very like PG naked, which is great. It's not like you're like looking at their body and you're like, oh, this is disgusting. But it's like, you understand how it is because they look like humanoid very, and it's like, no, they're actually naked forest men. Have a good day. So the best way to approach it is the way it feels right to you. Yes. And that's kind of the way I go, with painting. I mean, and then you also have airbrush and also versus brush painting. So I usually start off with airbrush when I first started painting, and that was like my way to go. And then once I get my base coats down, because you get those crispy like tones with airbrush, because they're so smooth, and it's almost like you can't mess up anything on airbrush as long as you have a low pressure and you just kind of spray a little bit at a time, and then you do kind of like batches. You can get a lot done very fast. And when I was spraying Night Haunt, that's how I got my Night Haunt painted really quickly, and then I would go back and just do all the trimming and But, you know, then you start to look at certain warbands and you say to yourself, I can't approach that with every single model. Sometimes you have to get a brush and you have to just, it's going to take time. You just got to take the time, knock it out. And, you know, sometimes a bigger brush is better to get things done faster. And that's what I had to learn over time too, is like, just use a bigger brush, bro. Like get out of the small tiny brush, you know, thing going on, and just start slapping it on. And then if it looks bad, you can just go back and correct it. You can always fix mistakes. But yeah, I feel like a lot of beginner hobbyists feel that way, that they don't want to mess up, and it's like, no, you gotta pull a Bob Ross on them, like just mess everything up and then go back and make it look like it never happened. And that's pretty much the secret to mostly everything. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to just try different stuff. I think Slaanesh was probably like my one army that kind of drove me nuts, because there's so much, they have so many trinkets and jewelry that it would drive anyone insane. But it just looks so good when it's all trimmed out. You said most things with an airbrush and then follow up with a brush. Yeah. And see, that's kind of what I wanted to do with these guys, but so we have to all learn to use a bigger brush. Yes, absolutely. Bigger brush is like, that's the key right there, man. Bigger brush is almost like it's like a given, you know. Cause I have a bigger brush that I use, like this one, to like slap things on, and then this one's kind of more detailed. I use like a, what size is this, a 01? I use like a 01 all the time, and then this one's like a 3 or something. But you know, I use the 3s, the 4s, and the 5s, like the bigger ones, to slap stuff on quick. Mainly contrast, but sometimes it's easier to just control how much paint you have on your brush with these, so it doesn't like get too sloppy. So that's always a thing too, is how much paint do you want to control on the miniature without looking too crazy. But yeah, it's all in good fun. Let this guy dry for a minute, and then we'll come back. But yeah, I think I want to try these paints, because it's got some of these Duncan Road paints, and I got these for my Slaanesh warband stuff. So I'm gonna try some of these pinks and purples. I have a whole Slaanesh army that I painted, and man, do I regret selling that army, because I had every single unit. I had chariots, I had all kinds of stuff painted, purple, pinks, all kind of stuff. It was really cool. And then to go back and do all the silver trimming was like really nice. The gold trimming. Said I've straight up used large makeup brushes to lay down color on the model. Yeah, absolutely. I got one right here. I use all kinds of makeup brushes all the time. Definitely. This one is, what is this, a Luxie Precision Shader? Yeah. Use these for dry brush all day. And that's just the smallest one I have. I got a whole plethora of nice brushes, man. And it's always a good time. But yeah, I think airbrush is definitely the way to go. I just spent like $200 on an airbrush not too long ago, probably like a year ago, to get one of those nice Iowata ones, and it's been holding out fairly well. My first airbrush got jacked up when I used it, and then I had to come back and you know, clean it out, figure out how the parts work, order some new parts, and then I got it back functioning again. So they make great dry brush and can be used as quick base coats on large models. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. They are phenomenal, especially the big cheeky brushes, the ones that got like all the extra fur on, like the ones that those are the good ones. I mean, I don't use those quite often, but I mean, if you're doing terrain or something and you got one of those big cheek brushes, man, whew, you can get some dry brush done like nobody's business. Said I've heard good things about them. I run 2 Sotar 2020s, 2 Harder, and 2 Steinbeck. Nice. Yeah, I got two. I have 2 airbrush now. I can't find the other one. I don't know what I did with the other one, but the other one is it's kind of it's more of like a wide spraying airbrush. It sprays very wide, and the nozzle and the needle are just very built for like spraying a bunch at a time. So I wish I had a picture online I'd show you. When I did my 100 chain rasps for Night Hunt, I just lined them up, just lined them up on a sheet, and I think I had like 20 of them at a time, and I would just spray blocks of them. I would do green, and then I would go back and do like their tendrils, like the bottom parts of their cloaks and stuff would be purple. And I mean, I finished that in like a day. It was like insane how fast they got done, and pretty good blends, And then I just would go back and, just go back, find out what mistakes you made, and you just have like a can of, or a pot of purple and green just on the side, and you can kind of just correct them, or just use the airbrush again. I would pick out the ones that sucked, and I would go back and respray them. And then my ogres army. My ogres are all done for the most part. I have Beast Claw Raiders, and I have the just regular Maw Tribes. But when I did that army, I got that as an eBay rescue army, and I ended up stripping all the blue paint off of the ogres and redoing them. And I didn't know about the ultrasonic shaking machines at that time, so I just used like a can of this like stripping agent for paint, and I had like blue paint in my fingernails for like weeks. It was insane. But after I got it all stripped, I went back and repainted everything, and I think I used airbrush for their skin tones, and then went back in. I never really finished that army, like went back and did like small details of like their muscles and toning and all that stuff, but it was mainly just to get it on the tabletop. But I do want to go back and finish that army one day, go back and just do all the details. Very nice, but it's one of those armies that just takes a while to paint, because you have to use so much paint for each guy. Kind of takes time, but it's a fun army to play, fun army to paint, very thematic. Even the old school sculpts look really good. I mean, that guy that sold me that army, I mean, he pretty much gave me that army for like $50, and I got everything. I got lead belchers, I got a bunch of the cannons. I mean, he just did not want it anymore. It's a pretty good deal. I just caught him right at the right time. So yeah, airbrush can be a lifesaver. Yeah, for speed, absolutely. I watch those guys online. I'm sure you follow them. I'm sure everybody and their mama follows them. But it's that Maybug channel. It's Maybug Miniatures. They're really awesome. But I guess they have a studio of like painters that do airbrush, and they always do these like funny posts on Instagram where they show airbrush versus brush, and they show like their painters like going up against each other like they're fighting in Mortal Kombat, and they're like, which one is better, and they have like little debates in the comments and stuff. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm just like, airbrush wins that battle 100% as far as speed and getting shit done fast. I'm like, you can't. If you're doing a whole army like the armies that they're painting to get out to a customer in a timely manner to get paid, yeah, you're gonna have to get airbrush, bruh. There's just no way around that. And then you could be a fast painter. I see some guys online on Twitch, they're just going nuts with a regular brush. But still, if they're playing an army like Seraphon or something that has scales, and they're trying to get something out very quickly, you can always tell what's been painted with a brush and what's been airbrushed. And when I painted my Seraphon army, I definitely was definitely using an airbrush first, because all those little trinkets and little things they got going on, it is a pain to go back and do all that with a brush, especially when you're painting stuff like stegodons, and you know they got those breastplates, and or they got those head plates with all the jewelry, and it's insane. So I think both are needed, but I do Sotar on my workhorse and the harder Steinbeck for detail, and then finish it up with Wow Factors. Yeah, yeah, and then I also forgot about that too. That's, you know, there is airbrush that you can get for fine detailing too as well, and I see a lot of painters doing that, which is really awesome. So it's just all about the pressure, man. All about building up the pressure and building up the colors from scratch. And then it's like, once you get those all built, you are whistling Dixie. But yeah, I definitely see some brush painters that are absolutely insane, and I'm like, how did you get so good at being so tedious and so thorough all at the same time? And really it just boils down to practice, and you know, just being you know, just a person of your craft that does the work and kind of just gets it done. But we all know that's not me looking ass. That's not me, because man, I be hoping for the day I can get to the paint table so I can do my thing, you know what I'm saying? And it's kind of, you just get busy, man. You get busy. Of course, doing this for a living for certain people is completely different, because you know it's a whole different dynamic. But as long as you're having fun, right? That's what matters. And I feel like some painters, even in the community, spend a lot of time critiquing their work and not being just having fun with it. You know, they spend a lot of time being hard on themselves about it instead of just enjoying it, and that's very crucial, to remember that it's art, and that at the end of the day you are having a good time. She says, so much practice. Yeah, I know, right? Have you ever Kayla, have you ever went out for Golden Demon? I'm probably asking a really ridiculous question right now, because I'm sure with the amount of painting that you do, I'm sure you probably have done some type of painting competitions, or, but you know, you don't know if you don't know. Oh, nice, nice. You know, I may have seen that on my Instagram, if you posted it on Instagram, because this whole time I followed you and didn't know. I didn't even know I was following you this whole time. Cause like I think you post on Instagram, and then you put your I always followed you on Twitch, and I think it was from another friend. I found your page, but then you posted your Discord, and I was like, oh, I have a Discord, because I have my own server too, but it's just dead. No one's, you know, nobody uses it as often. I just usually post pictures in there and talk to my Australian friends and stuff. But shout out to my boy, my Australian boy. What's his name? I gotta look this up right quick, because now I started to draw blanks, and he might be in here too, being quiet and shit. So I was really seriously entered Sims in 2022. Nice. Yeah, I went to Adepticon, and I don't know what year you were there, but I was there like 2 years ago, and I met a bunch of people. I actually met Casey from eBay Rescue Miniatures. I met him and showed him a model that I painted from his channel. That was really cool. That was a super cool experience, showing him that. Like running right into him and just showing him the model, and he was like, oh shit, that's nice, you know? And then actually going to eat at the restaurant at Schumberg, right behind him as he's eating, you know, he was talking to Goobertown Miniatures, and that was cool meeting him. And said I've been to every Adepticon since 2015. Oh damn, so I probably was walking by you the whole fucking time then. Say, have you ever heard random squeaking? Like, that's me. Man, I took like 5 classes. I was drunk for like 3 days straight. Like, I'm not, like, I went there. Nobody wanted to go with me. I stayed with a group of guys in the hotel that I did not know. Did not know these people. I gave them like, I think it was like $400, and they let me stay in their hotel. And I was coming back at like 12, 1 a.m. Oh, shout out to Core Finder. That's my Australian boy, Core Finder. Core, if you in here, you son of a bitch. Core, if you in here, what's up, man? That's my boy. But he'll probably catch the stream if I cut the stream off. He usually comes in here later and checks out my streams, and then he'll comment on my Discord. But that's my boy. He plays Oryx, and he shuts down shit in Australia. I think he got first in a bunch of tournaments with his Oryx. So shout out to him, because he's the one that got me started with the Oryx lore. But yeah, you probably walked by me a million times. I ran into Vince Ventrilla, talked to him for a while. That was cool as shit. Got to shoot the shit with everybody. I seen Dave from Mini War, or no, it wasn't Dave, it was Matthew from Mini Wargaming. Got to chop it up with him. That was cool experiencing, you know, him and getting to play a demo with him of different games. It was super cool. So that community is super fun. I ran into Miniac on the what was it, the escalator. He was going up the escalator with his suitcase, and I ran into him, and that was funny talking to him for a minute. But yeah, I wanted to go back, man. I wanted to go back last year. I was supposed to go this year, and I didn't go because my father passed away 2 weeks before Adepticon happened. So when my father passed away, I actually had money for my ticket and everything. I had all of my, you know, I had a whole setup ready to go. And so my friends that went, you know, shout out to Dan and Ellie and all those people that went. I literally was supposed to hang out with them, and they were like, what happened? Why didn't you go? Where were you at? And then, you know, all that stuff happened. So yeah, no, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a very troubling time. So it was kind of hard to just put everything aside to go do something like that. But I was just, man, I was a little salty because they asked me to come last year, and I wasn't able to make it. So better luck next year. I'm gonna start saving now, because Adepticon is expensive. It's a good type of expensive though. And man, it was a good time. I'll try to not be so drunk next time, because boy was I lit. I was waking up, drinking, going to the restaurant and eating and stuff. And you couldn't leave the hotel because you could just lose your parking spot, man. Like, if you left the hotel and tried to come back, your parking spot was gone. That's okay. You come to the next one, you just move to Milwaukee. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I live in Illinois, so, you know, going to Schaumburg is like 3 hours for me, maybe 4. Maybe 4.5 hours. Shout out to my little brother. My brother and his wife live up there in Chicago, so I was talking to him the whole time I was there. I wanted to meet with them, but you know, of course, you got to have a ticket, and I'm sure he would absolutely love coming to something like that. And I told him, I was like, shit, if you wanna go next time or check it out, you know, I'll let you guys know if I'm gonna come up there, because I would love to take him. He's nerdy just like me, so, you know, hell, even my other brothers, I would like to take them, or even my kids. Because, yeah, I was kind of telling my kids, you know, like, oh, you know, Dad's not going to take you this time, but maybe next time. And then I saw how many kids were there, and I was like, oh, shit, everybody's bringing their kids here. And, you know, they had a whole area for the kids to paint and play, and I was like, that's pretty nice. You say you're in Iowa? Nice. Nice. Yeah, the drive for me was not bad at all. It was a very laid back, relaxing couple-hour drive. You know, you put some tunes on, you know, and you're there before you know it. But yeah, just the atmosphere, the people, and the amount of fun that I had those 3 days, man. I absolutely love conventions. I think they're nice. It's cool meeting people and also getting to see the people that you aspire to be like be there, and that kind of keeps you painting. My roommates, man, my roommates were something else. I think my roommate was one of the guys that won the Star Wars trivia, and he was walking around in an Ultramarines robe. You had to have seen him. You had to have seen him because my roommate had an Ultra. There was a group of guys with 40K robes on walking around, and he was naked under that robe, which is funny as hell. I know it's kind of it's a little much, but I think he had underwear on. Yes, you saw. Yes, them. If you saw a bald head guy, he's always at all the tournaments. I'm sure you guys know this guy. I'm not trying to speak bad on him or anything. He's a cool guy. But he's wearing an Ultramarines robe. And this guy and all his friends, I think one of his friends had a Death Guard robe on. You know, it's like beige and green or something. But they're just walking around everywhere with that shit. And he said, I love Adepticon's unofficial Twitch meetup. Yeah, it's awesome. But yeah, they were just walking around, and he wasn't the odd one. His friend was very odd, though. Yeah, you had to see them. And so that was the guy I was staying with. He brought back like $1,000 worth of swag type shit. And he put like $1,000 worth of swag in his in the closet that we had in the hotel. Like he was like, yeah, he's like, this is my stuff. You know, I'm going to these tournaments. I'm going to be doing Necromunda. I'm just not going to be here. But he was like, please come back at a reasonable time. You know, because we got to be up the next day for tournaments. And I'm like, yeah, I'll be back. Hear my ass come drunk 2-3 in the morning, walking in the door. They're like, what the fuck? And then they said I can't say anything. I dress up as Cat and Rabbit Girl. No, I love cosplay, man. I love when people dress up. That I wish I was dressed up. I was seeing the Death Corps of Creed guys, people screaming "Wah" all over the place. It was fun, man. It was so much fun. You know, they just the big Soul Blight Gravelords castle that they had, that shit was, when I saw that, I was like, okay, I'm in the right place right now. When I saw the guy, I kid you not, when I saw the guy pull up with his army, I took pictures of countless armies there. This guy painted to the Mega Gargant, I think it was a small Gargant too, with an American top hat with stars. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, he's got an Abraham Lincoln hat on. This shit is epic. And it was like fully kit bashed, and he played in the tournament. I was like, yo, they're going all ham on these armies, man. Just a lot of cool, different shit you don't see anywhere, man. They had a Tyranids army that I saw that was just, it was just absolutely mind warping. The board that he had set up with it, and the color scheme that he chose, it was nuts. Like, the displays there are absolutely crazy. I would love to build a display board for sure. Only problem is you have to pick which army you would do that for, and that's a hard one. That's because I have too many. I have too many minis. Too many minis. Oh man, some of these broke in transit. Well, it cannot be helped. It cannot be helped, my friend. Yes, build display boards, magnetize them. Absolutely. Yeah, I saw an Oryx board that was pretty mind blowing there too. And I'm pretty sure he had a top section where he could put his vehicles, and then he had something underneath where it was like a kind of like a sewer thing going on. But man, they I tell you what, some people will put you to hobby shame with the ideas that they come up with, and it is just very it's very motivating to see people kind of think outside the box and kind of add their own lore to different stuff. And I think artistically that just shows a lot of love and a lot of passion for the art and, you know, the game. And people kind of feel like, I feel like some people just, they don't take it for granted, but they kind of think that they're limited, you know what I'm saying, to stuff they can do, until you see some of these displays and you're just like, oof, man, I thought about that type of army in a different life, and now it's right here in front of me. That's wild. And then you just want to like hug the person, like, how did you come up with that? Like, where did you get that idea? Like, whose ideas did you steal to even get inspiration for that? Because I know you stole somebody's stuff, but then also, how did you combine it with your own craziness and make something unique? You know, and that's just, that, seeing that is just, it is just, without words, there's nothing you could really say, but congratulations. You are Bob Ross in the flesh looking ass. Because I saw this one guy's army. I think he was this one guy's army that I missed, I wanted to buy. It was a Nighthaunt army, and this guy came up with the color scheme that I wanted right after I painted my army, with better, you know, better shading, better tones. He used some grimdark type of style that I wanted to do, but I was too afraid to do it. Like, I kind of wasn't afraid, but I just didn't know that I could get away with murder with certain types of oils and different things that he was using. Because I was like, man, the techniques you're using, like, how is that even a thing? And so he was using like crackle paint on some of the Nighthaunt skin. So immediately they already look like they're kind of like a shattered, you know, their skin and their ghostly tendrils are kind of like a shattered thing, you know, like it's kind of hard to explain. But after he did the crackle paint and he got the shattering effect on the skin, he would go back and airbrush oils of different, like, you know, shadings of like pink, and it was just amazing. Like, I know he's got a video on YouTube of showing him how he made it, because when he did Night of Shrouds, just the horse alone, I was like, bruh, you are out here just innovating, doing some crazy stuff. Like, you need to chill, bruh. You need to chill. And I was so mad because I wanted to just strip my whole army and just do it over. I was like, this shit is ridiculous, okay? You need to stop doing this, because you know there's going to be about 30 people that steal this from you, just because it isn't necessarily the colors that you're painting, but it's how you're painting it. Like, we didn't even know this existed. So thank you for opening our eyes to the truth, because now everybody's going to paint their Nighthaunt army this same way, and you can't blame them, because it's just crazy. And I saw a few people mimic that same style in different areas, but it's just mind warping to see the sheer amount of talent that people come up with these paint schemes that you know, I'm sure the people on my Instagram and different things get tired of seeing every day, because I'm like, bro, I find shit on the internet that people paint, and I'm just like trying to wrap my head around how they even got to some of the stuff. And I'm like, does anybody not see this shit? Like, that these people are painting? It's just insane to me. So I'll post it, and I'll just be like, I'll have to go back to my own story and look at it again, because I still am trying to figure out, like, how did they even get to that, man? You know? He said, I always come back with so much inspiration after Adepticon. Oh my God. I feel like when I came back from Adepticon, I felt like I could do things that, like, I wouldn't normally do when I paint. I'm like, shit, I can paint outside. Looking at, I can take my paints outside and paint in the grass. Looking at, I can also take my paints and paint in a group setting, like out here in the open looking ass and just show people what I'm painting looking ass. And that's, you know, it's not saying you can't not do those things, but it's I think watching the amount of people scatter to get their painting done in all areas of Adepticon, like no matter where they were, was very inspiring. I was like, oh shit, this guy's not playing. He's gonna get this shit done come hell to high water, and he does not care. Like, he's just totally focused. And I took a video of all the Golden Demon stuff too as well that I have recorded. I've never posted it, but I just wasn't happy with the editing of the video, and it just didn't get a proper representation of like how I wanted it to look, you know what I'm saying? But I had a hell of a time though. It was just, you know, we were doing laser tag, and it's just, people don't understand. You had to be there. You just have to be there. You know, taking a class with, did I take a class? No, I wasn't with Duncan. It was the other guy that replaced him, the other GW guy. I took a painting class with him, and that was a lot of fun. I can't remember his name, but man, meeting all those guys, that was very, very, very inspiring. That is for sure. It's like seems like you have to have a whole plan. And it's funny watching people start building for Adepticon like a year in advance. It's like the day after Adepticon, they're like, all right, we back from Adepticon. Now what we gonna do next year? It's like, you just got home, motherfucker. Sit down, start painting some stuff. They're like, nah, we gotta get the hotel reservations. Like, who's playing and who's playing what? I think I've seen more board games at Adepticon than I've seen like anywhere. This is people just bringing suitcases of board games, just pulling them out and playing them. It's like wild, you know? It's like, why can't we have that back at home? But yep, it is a good time, my friend. Definitely, if you guys get a chance, definitely go to a convention. You will have a great time. I can't speak for all conventions, but Adepticon, the amount of work and effort those guys put into that convention, it goes without saying. It is a great experience for sure. Especially if you're a new painter, you'll learn some stuff for sure. I met Eric's Hobby Workshop. That was a good time. Because that guy, he has more talent in his fingers and his fingertips than I do in my whole body. So I was like, bruh. I was like, you know, I created a building that you made, and it was awesome. And he was like, for real? And I was like, yeah. He was over there at the buy-sell station. And he was like, I guess, looking at some used miniatures and stuff. Which is also another cool thing they have. I do like that they have those used miniatures, because I actually wanted to buy a few of those that people painted that were really nice. But yeah, it is just, if you guys get a chance to go, I mean, and this is maybe some people watching the channel that don't care about painting, you know, but if you are an aspiring painter, I definitely would recommend going. It's a lot of fun. Man, what did I do with my paint? I think I'm gonna paint this guy last. So this is also another different line of miniatures. What is this? These guys come from I think Beastarium. Is that how you pronounce it? I'm kind of forgetting the name, but these are really good. I like their bow and arrows, and like just their gear is really nice. But these are kind of just like the Raiders, the Ungor Raiders. And they're really nice. I kind of like this style. Yeah, they're pretty nice. I kind of printed these like alongside the I painted these alongside the clay beast miniatures, and just thought that some of these sculpts look really good because some of them had helmets, and I thought that was kind of funny that you should kind of shake it up a little bit because some of these models, some of these will have like some of their human clothes on. Like if you know anything about the lore, they kind of transform into wild forest men out of like random things that happen in the villages, but some of them may still have their village clothes on, which is I thought would look kind of cool and thematic with some of the army instead of all of them just being bucket naked. But yeah, Beast of Chaos lore is actually really funny and kind of reminds me of Corn in a lot of ways because they just don't care. It is like fighting all the time. They want to pillage villages and they want to spread their influence by just being crazy goat men. And how they become goat men is even funnier. I think that the answer that I'm trying to get, and I'm pretty sure I already know the answer to this question, I probably don't even have to answer it, is why 40K is more popular than Age of Sigmar and how Age of Sigmar is just not as popular. And I already kind of know the answer to that question just because the sheer amount of lore that 40K has, and it's also was there first. But I feel like they were written very similar, and it would seem that people that like fantasy stuff would be as equally inclined to like, you know, kind of just like the pop, you know, or kind of make Age of Sigmar as popular just because it comes from the same company, but it's also two different things. You know what I'm saying? Like you're looking at space grimdark versus like fantasy grimdark. It's like kind of two different things, but also two different genres, and you would think that both would equally be or just have like a fan base that kind of stood out more. But I guess because 40K has the time difference, it has just more of a following because of how long it's been out there. I think that's kind of the reasoning. But 40K story is definitely more interesting. I will say that it has a lot of things that do not have explanations to them that seem very interesting to people in a crazy maniacal way. And I wish like Age of Sigmar had more of that you know, story lore like kind of developed in it to where it would just be more interesting. There is a lot of interesting things in it, but there's nowhere near as much craziness going on in it as like 40K for sure. I figure I'd probably just get all of this stuff done as far as just the contrast portions, and then I can go back after a majority of these guys are painted and start doing a little bit of their backs, you know, trying to get the second color going, because their backs are going to be a little bit darker, and that takes quite a bit of time. I feel like once I got those two parts done, I was able to kind of flesh out their armor and do their weapons and stuff like that. And then before you know it, you got like 5 to 10 guys done all at the same time. Contrast is deadly when it starts to pool. I think I've had more tails break off than anything on these miniatures, and not just the 3D printer ones. Like, tails and tendrils break off all the time. Like, that's my only gripe with some miniatures, is like, when they're created, sometimes they don't make the limbs very strong. So I think my Night Hunt arm for my Guardian of Souls is broken off so many times. This thing, I mean, I had to custom create my own miniature just because it's such a problem in like the Night Hunt community. People are always complaining about it. But if you know, it always breaks at a time where you have no glue around and you're just like, really? So I think I stole the Black Coach. I stole the Black Coach miniature Ghost, and I made a floating Guardians, a floating, wizard instead of one that was touching the ground. Yep, this one's tail broke off. This one's tail almost broke off. And they're kind of easy to replace though. I mean, you can really kind of make like you could take something else and kind of print something else out or attach it on with green stuff. So I'm not really too concerned with that, but some of them may have their tails chopped off. So there's that. kind of don't want to paint this hair brown right now, but I'll probably still do it anyway, just because once I add my other color on there, it's just gonna complement it a little bit and not really matter. Oh snap! Is it raining outside? Damn, it's I totally was oblivious that it was raining today. I need to start looking at the weather, cause boy, I would have went outside today, been ready to cut the grass or some type of shit. There's a whole freaking weather storm outside. I haven't even been outside today. Well, for everybody that stopped in today, I really appreciate it, man. You guys make me feel good after not streaming for so long. Feels good to come back and have a nice little humble little stream here and actually get some stuff done. It's been really nice, relaxing today, actually getting some stuff knocked out. I usually don't have very many days like that, so it's good to kind of change it up a little bit every now and then. Trying to get the bad angle of these legs underneath the butt. Kind of hard to reach on these little guys. But for the most part, everything looks pretty good as far as coverage wise. Let me see. So yeah, I'm probably gonna what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little breaky break, go use the bathroom and all that jazz. You know, I'm sizzling, and I'll probably get something to eat really quick, and then I'll come back and try to finish up these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys. I got 6 more guys to paint. 7 actually, 7, and then I'll start carving out some details of like some of these endless spells. So I got to get some of those done. I'm trying to knock out at least 3 of those spells today. I'll probably come back and like do some dry brush on this, because this guy needs some. This guy needs a little bit of dry brush on the purple part to like bring it out with some white, and then I got to go back on this green and kind of lighten up this green in certain areas with some white. So that's probably what I'll work on when I come back, and kind of try to get a few of these spells done today if I can. But I appreciate y'all, man, for coming by and checking me out. I should be back probably in like, I say like a half hour or so. So if I'm not here, or if the stream cuts off or anything like that, definitely come back and see me. Or if you see the notification, definitely click the bell for notification so you see when I come back online. But thank you guys for checking me out. I'll be back in a little bit here. Definitely sub to the channel if you have not. I stream on Facebook, Twitch, and also YouTube. So if you're on whichever channel you're on, definitely pick the one that you like the most. But yeah, thank you guys for chilling, painting with me for a little bit. I'll be back in a little bit. we are back. Oh. Mm-hmm. Just doing a simple dry brush on these endless spells really quick to kind of seal the deal on this purple part. And then I can start, I need to airbrush the purple part, but that'll probably be another day. Kind of get that done. Okay, so that one's done. Uh-huh. Looking at Lady Owner's new war scroll. Night Haunt. Five up wards, baby. Well, at least they didn't take away Discorporate, and that's cool. I'm glad they didn't do that, because if they would have, I would have been really upset. But they didn't. Wave of Terror. Friendly Night Haunt units can use charge ability, and if you roll a 3 or more, said this next 3 abilities unlocked. Oh, okay, so yeah, you still get Shriek, which is good. Subtract 1 to hit rolls. Petrify, Strike Last, and Stun. Subtract 1 from save rolls, which is good. That's nice. Wartark of Greece. Subtract 3 from the control score of enemy units while they're in 12 inches of this unit. That's pretty cool. Grief Stricken is woo. I still love Grief Stricken. That's really good. And then they change Horrifying Visage. Used to be a spell. Now it's just a 12-inch attack. You're within 12 inches. 2 up hit, 2 up wound, 3 Ren, and D6 damage. Ooh. And that's an auto wound attack. Ooh, she got a 4-up ward. And a 4-up save. Dreadblade Haros is not a hero anymore. They were always in a weird spot due to the easy build package, and provided 2 of them. I hope that the revelation of the kit leads to units hero heavy faction like Night Haunt to have normal units. The passive ability adding 3 to the unit control score if they charge pairs well with Lady Onder's above ability. Skaven. Reading these now. Each time an enemy unit ends a move that passed through or across the terrain feature, roll D3 on a 2-up inflict the amount of normal damage. Ooh, it's passive. Once per turn, end of your turn, pick a friendly hero Skaven infantry unit that has been destroyed. Set up a replacement unit with half the number of models from the target unit, wholly within 6 inches of the friendly knothole or more. I swear I'm guessing they had that before. I don't know, but I like it. And tunnels through reality. Pick a friendly Skaven unit that is not in combat or wholly within 6 inches of a terrain feature. Remove the target from the battlefield and set it up wholly within 6 inches of another friendly knothole or 9 inches from all enemies. Okay, so that makes sense. Stormcast models are starting to look real cool, and I never really cared about Stormcast before. But I got a couple of them bad boys I need to build and paint. I actually have some of the new Stormcast, and I have some of the old Stormcast as well. I don't know if I have enough to build a 1,000-point list. Well, I have enough Sequitors to build a whole army, but Sequitors are terrible, and I have those, and I think I have some of the new Annihilators. I'm not sure what the names are. I need to look at them, but yeah, I have quite a bit of Stormcast, like foot troops. None of the heroes for real, but man, Annihilators have a 2-up save. Like, come on, brah. And they got strike last effect. Come on, bruh. Wow. Blazing Impact. That's kind of crazy. Damn. These guys hit like a truck. And they got 3 health. Their movement sucks ass. But, they seem pretty tanky. Pretty good damage output, too. And you can get them hitting on 2s. Squig Herd. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Huh. Well, looking at some of the I don't know, the War Scroll cards, like they're kind of just, they're just a little different, I guess. Seems like they kind of like nerfed them down a little bit, just kind of dial back on a majority of stuff. So that's pretty cool. I mean, if all armies are being toned down across the board. Um, you know, we have to first like wait and see what's going to be, I guess, devastating and what's too weak and what needs to be toned up or toned down. It's probably going to take some time for us to play test before we start to know what's good, but it seems like games are going to be faster now because everything is toned down a little bit. Seems like this edition things aren't as tanky as they used to be. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. How y'all doing? Hope you're having a good day. It is really nice outside now after the rain. All right. Let's see here. I want to always learn how to use pigments for bases. I need to kind of like do some research on that because it looks like really cool, especially with like orcs and their whole setting with you know, kind of like the Martian Mars bases look really cool. $46. $46. So I was looking at this. These texture paints. Oh wait, this isn't the same thing though. Scattered terrain and flock, that's not the same. I'm talking about powder. Yeah, this is the stuff I'm talking about. This is the stuff. And it's like $60 for a bundle. That's not bad. And you're getting how many? 3, 6, 9, 12. That's not bad. Not bad at all, Charles. Yeah, these are nice though, especially if you're. I mean, I'm guessing, yeah, you can use the brown for like dirty boots or whatever, but like if you're using red sand, the powder would be good for like adding weathering effects to vehicles, like boots, anything that looks like. Yeah, that would be nice. I wonder how well that stuff sticks to the model, though. That's what I'm wondering. Hmm. Interesting. Shout out to Ninja, man. I met him one time at Adepticon. He's cool as hell. Just painting up the Night Lords. It looks pretty dope. I actually saw they came out with another line of Night Lords that you can 3D print. They're really nice. Okay, I got like five more guys to base coat, and then might start carving out some of the white for the fur, because they have like a lot of fur that needs to be like trimmed out. It's a little messy at first though. Watching a little bit of Marvel. They be whooping in this bad boy. This boy Nova be whooping. Damn. Straight whacked. Ooh, ooh, Wesker's going in. Caught you. Ooh, ooh, right into the X Factor. Ooh, Dante, that's a wrap. Dante got him. That's a wrap, sir. You are stuck in the loop. Good night. It's a damn shame. It is a damn shame. Wolverine's about to go in. Or not. Jeez. Hulk ain't messing around. Wow. Got one more match in me and then I'm going back to painting. Ooh, got a 2-for-1 happy birthday. Hulk is done. Not the 2-for-1 happy birthday. Damn. 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 Whole team getting it. Hagar dead. Okay. Let's see here. These brushes are starting to get warped. Gotta clean them. Oh shit.
Mm, mm.
Oh shit, Chun-Li's going in. Okay, I'm gonna finish these. I'm gonna finish these last three. I think I got 3 of them. And then that'll be all the guys. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. It's like 27 or 28 of these done. Maybe more. Somewhere else. I gotta find them. Oh my god. Damn, sticky tack's getting everywhere. Okay. Get a little more sticky tack for this guy. He's only got 1 foot standing on the base, so it makes it harder for him to stay on the base because he's only got 1 foot. Second one's in the air. He's like doing a running animation. Missed the spot. Missed 2 spots. Got it done. All right, y'all. We done. Finito. Bunch of base coating today. Yeah, we're finished. So let me see how many dudes I got. Sorry, I'm touching up one of these guys because he's obviously missed a few spots. But I got a majority of it done. So, man, I appreciate you guys coming in and checking me out today. Happy Pride Month to everybody. Definitely happy painting to everybody, whoever's painting stuff. This new month of June, we are starting summer off on a good note. So I hope everybody's getting outside, getting to the pool, enjoying their families, enjoying some barbecue, and being good to each other, man. Hope y'all have a good month, and I will catch you guys again on another stream very soon, possibly even tomorrow. If I'm not on tomorrow, definitely I'll be on to do more paint streams this week sometimes because I got a lot of commission painting to get done too as well. So thank you guys for everything. Everybody that tuned into the stream today, you guys are awesome. Definitely want to see some new folks, some new faces come in and check out the stream. Sorry if I didn't talk as much on this stream. I was kind of relaxing a little bit today. But I did get at least 15 to 20 models base coded today, and also did some endless spells. So I appreciate you guys sticking around, coming in, chatting it up. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. And hopefully it's a good one for you. So take care, everybody. Hope you have a good day. Peace out.